Hello everyone, happy Friday, welcome to Omnifactory Day, and we're gonna, I don't know where I was going with this. We're gonna play Omnifactory today. Charles Johnson says, hey Jimmy, I found out something cool. If you right click an MB interface with a quartz cutting knife, you can rename it into the world. That sounds fucking awesome. I'm gonna try it out right now. Let's log in. So, I was told by Salix that last episode at the very end, when I set up the level emitter for the, Naquata alloy, I didn't put a machine controller on the blast furnace. I have not logged in since then, so if what he says is true, I will have no Naquata and a lot of Naquata alloy. Let's find out. First, let's check on that real quick. This one. The fact that it's crafting is a bad sign. That does. We have 12,000 Naquata. I still have 1,000 Naquata left. We didn't quite go through all of it. But he was correct that I did not put machine controllers on this. Does this guy... Yeah, that one has a machine controller. That one has a machine controller. Alright, well, they have machine controllers now. We won't be making that mistake again. Anyways, now that knife thing. Quartz cutting... Oh, I think the knife is disabled in this pack. Right, cable anchors are not made the normal way. They're just made from steel bolts. Let's see if we can find it in here. All right. Which of these is a cutting knife? Quartz. No, we looked through the cues already, right? Is it an applied energistics item? Oh, this searches the same set of items JEI searches. Let's look through this list one more time. It might just be a metadata on one of these existing items. Hello, Max. How are you today? Why does sometimes it fit two items? I guess it fits two items in one if it can fit in the box. What's a matrix frame? Yeah, it's probably applied energistics 2 material or part. But it's metadata on one of those. Alright, well, we don't get to test it today, it seems. Unlucky. But that is good to know. That is very good to know. So, looking at what we've made 12,000 Naquata alloy. Very good. Just under 10,000 Indurium and just under 20,000 Draconium. So that's pretty good, I dare say. Let's run the microminer to get more Naquata, just because I used it all. So, like, can we get 32 of these? Yeah. Make more microminers to get me more Naquata dust so we could have more Naquata. That's a lot of stuff to scroll through. Alright, we'll just let that run. Our nuclear reactor presumably still has not melted down. As our load factor on this thing increases, I'm starting to be a little concerned about how much elemental thermal data we have. 253,000. I am no longer concerned about how much thermal elemental data we have. That is more than halfway to filling that drawer. How many hours are on this save? Time played. 77. That is time played and that is time spent logged in. Total hours, the server's been up. It's basically since episode 1 started. I think there's been less than like 24 hours of total downtime. How's my mouse? I think I figured out the mouse problem. So my mouse, doing nice figure eights. Nice-ish figure eights. No, it's still a little bit jumpy, but it got a lot better. So I suspect that the problem was, I found this by searching online. If you have here, let me see if I can demonstrate. If you have your mouse DP, or not your mouse DPI, but your mouse polling rate set very high at like 1000 poll rate, so you know it pulls your mouse cursor every 1000 times a second. So I bumped it up to 1000, and let's see if we can. Yeah, immediately it reproduces. If you have your polling rate set at 1000, your mouse does this, right? I'm doing this pattern with the mouse, and like I'm not a perfect figure, you know, I'm not an FPS player. My mouse accuracy is not perfect, but you can clearly tell that it's jumpy. Hasn't done it yet. There we go. There, right? Like it randomly accelerates. But if I turn my polling rate down to 500, it's a lot better. It's a little. Whoa, nope, that's not better at all. Let me bump it down even more. Like you're not gonna feel the difference between 250 poll rate and 1000 poll rate. But yeah, much better, right? These are nice-ish figure eights. There still feels to be a little bit of jumpiness, but that could well just be my lack of mouse accuracy. I don't know, but it's a lot better than it was. So and like practically speaking, there's no difference between 1000 poll rate and 250 poll rate. Like maybe if you're an ultra hyper mega good FPS player, but I'm not. I'm me. What mouse am I using? I am using a G502. All right, so what are we doing today? A.S.O.C.S, A.S.O.C S, superconductors, and fusion computers. Those are what I left on the pins, so I guess that's what we start with. All right. We've already made A.S.O.C S and A.S.O.C S, right? Justin gives me the item name for the applied energistics knife. I guess the item it's just disabled, not just hidden. Let's see, mod options. Yeah, I can't even check the configs in game. Have I tried out another mouse pad? It's not a hardware issue because the mouse works when I'm not controlling the camera with it. That's why I do this, to demonstrate that, like, at least you know, my mouse control isn't perfect, but it's not awful. It's not an input issue. It's a software issue. So it's some weird interaction between the way Minecraft works with really high mouse DPI. Also, why are you off? Are you just off because you don't have enough air? Okay, yeah, I guess you don't run at 100% uptime. That's fine. Anyways, here we have A.S.O.C.S and A.S.O.C.S. Excellent. So, A.S.O.C.S can make tier 1, 2, and 3 circuits. Let's passive the production of each of these. So we need fine tin out. Let's start from ones. So tier 1s use these 3 items. And we'll use our... What is the minimum voltage tier required? Minimum is EV, but we may as well just make it at LUV. No? No gallium. Uh-oh. I guess we buy bauxite. And now we have gallium. I guess I just have to put it in here. It'll process. How do I need so many socks? Well, I don't like it when my feet are cold, so the socks keep my feet warm. Where did all my gallium go? Who knows? I guess into vanadium gallium? I need this thing to fill up whatever gallium backlogs I have so that I can stay in the ME system. What are other things that give gallium? Zinc, bauxite, sphalerite, but we process sphalerite differently. Okay, bauxite it is. What does bauxite come from? T2 microminer gives 2 stacks of bauxite. Let's go with 100 of these then. All right, so we're running more T5 micro miners, and we'll start up some T2s. This is fine, and that should give me, whoopsies. I guess all the box that I bought is already processing. That should give me gallium then. There we go. Okay. So I need assembler array, or no, not arrays. I just need assemblers. Give me 4. Yes, do the thing. Right. So the plan is we're gonna passive it all. So we've already passive the circuit board and the sock, which means we just need the tin alloy. So that's a wire mill. Let's add a wire mill. Let's add these patterns to the AE system. We probably don't have to do these at LUV, do we? Let's do it at IV. We'll use the LUV assembler, but the rest of this we can do at IV. Ta-da! I love that hide full button. We're gonna need a few of these. So a wire mill to make fine tin, or to make the wire itself, and we need tin alloy, which is, I assume, an alloy smelter, iron and tin. All right, and then I need a number of interfaces, plus robot arms, plus filters, plus finish up alloy smelters. What's taking you so long? It's taking you a long time to make. Oh, because my wire mill? I don't know. I'm just really impatient. Can I mix it? Can we mix out dust directly? Tin alloy. Sure, we can mixer the dust. Why do I have so much tin alloy dust? Is this must just be leftover from when I was batch processing? What's a link for the dev version? I believe it's in the description of the video. Let me know if it isn't. But it should go to GitHub, to the Omnifactory devs GitHub. Crystal circuit. Okay, no, I think we're good. Nope. I thought I ordered 4 alloy smelters. If I ordered 4, did I only order 1 alloy smelter? All right, start the rest of them. So tin, dust, iron. Iron, I guess I have more ingots than dust. So we'll just use ingots. They're both, I mean, iron ingots are automatically produced by DML. Iron dust is byproduct of ore processing, but I'm not processing my denses yet, so. Keep exact. Stack of this, stack of that, import. Go. And go. And go. That goes to a wire mill. That makes fine tin wire. That goes into a assembly machine, and we can plug in the LUV machine right here. So we need. Can I just put a filter here without the robot arm? Does this have a exact mode? It does not. So I still need the robot arm. This is filtered for tin alloy wire. How do I? There we go. Insert, so that keeps a stack of that. Plastic circuit boards and socks will come from an interface. Plastic and no, that's an A.S.O.C. I want a regular sock. Keep exact, filter this for you and you. Wait, keep exact, give me the full stack. There we go. Hello, Muslim. Hucking LP says, don't forget you need tin alloy in fluid form for the neutron reflectors. Okay, I'll do that in a bit. Apply that for these. Do the thing. Did I not configure you right? Import. Cool. And then you need fluid in the form of tin. Where's my tin bucket? Or is it tin or is it polyethylene? No, it's tin. It's tin or soldering alloy. But we got boatloads of tin, so tin it is. Pump it. This isn't fast enough of a pump. It's not a fast pump, but it's a fast enough pump. What do you need a sock for in Minecraft? You can't let your feet get cold. Come on. Isn't this obvious? Isn't having cold feet the worst? Alright, so this makes refined circuits. And then I will dump those into a drawer. I've kind of run out of convenient sides to put this on. I no longer want you here. But real talk, A.S.O.C. stands for System on a Chip. So it just simplifies the process of making Tier 1 and Tier 2 circuits. I want you here. Alright. Get some of these for you. And then this will give us a full drawer of circuits. Cool. So, next up, we will do, I think Tier 2 circuits also use A.S.O.C.s. Even Tier 3s do. Okay. So Tier 2 next is fine red alloy, A.S.O.C. and epoxy. So I think I passive red alloy, right? So we just have to, is it wire mill it twice? Yeah. Alright, so it's red alloy, wire mill, wire mill. I guess that didn't have to be a robot arm, that could have just been a conveyor, but whatever. And then I need more cable. Lumium? Give me 40 more lumium cables. If the A.S.O.C. was made by Intel, it could keep your feet toasty. To drive up the electricity bills? and make her wallet empty too. This stream sponsored by AMD. This stream not sponsored by Intel anymore, that's for sure. Alright, you import... You export to that, that's the wire. And then now we need another assembler. Is it in my inventory? Oh, they're right here. I really should use more of my hotkey slots besides 2 and 3. Whoopsies. Keep exact. Import. Let me make sure I also turn this button on my interfaces. This stream not sponsored by high DPI mice either, correct. This stream sponsored by cheap PC hardware. So what else do I need? Socks and epoxy boards. Epoxy boards. Hello, new desktop. Good evening. Keep the robot arm spam continuing. Keep exact 1 stack. Import. Go. Cool. And more fluids. And more pumps. That do it? No, because I didn't plug it in. That do it? That do it? There we go. So tier 2 circuits. Drawers and storage buses. And I'm just checking to see, does this drawer need a speed upgrade? Or this item conduit? And it looks like it needs... 1 will do. Alright, lock that up. Now T2 circuits are passived. Am I planning on putting storage upgrades on the drawers? I'll do it if needed. It's probably worth it on the lower tier ones. We'll see. I don't know how many recipes we kick off that are going to be like, hey, I need 5,000 T1 circuits right now. Anyways, tier 3 is aluminum and fiber reinforced. So, aluminum and fiber reinforced. Alright, same deal then. Interface provides aluminum ingots. Does this have to be wire milled twice or just once? Twice. So give me 1 more. Well, this craft's pretty darn quick. No complaints here. I'm just going to use robot arms because that's what I have in my inventory. Even though the cheaper conveyor does the exact same job here. You output to you, which turns it into fine wire, which we need filters for. This is your favorite stage of the game, passive every circuit. We're not passing every circuit yet, to be fair. We're gonna hit a lot of them, but not quite all of them. I guess in this, oh no, this one I do need to filter it. Never mind. Keep exact. A stack import. Good. This provides the boards and the that's. And then fluid. Provides this, which gets pumped. These covers though are they are so good. Stack of you, keep exact mode. Stack of you, stack of, that's not a stack. Stack of you, import, go. Alright, so this one's a bit slower, but I mean that's fine. That makes 8 nanocircuits per go. And lock her up. All right. Set high priority. Plug it in. Did I do the priority on this one as well? No. And let's just make sure all the drawers are locked. Good. So that's tier 1, 2, and 3 circuits done. I think those are all the things you can do with socks. You can wear them on your left foot, your right foot, or your center foot, but you can't wear it on your head. Alright, now for A.S.O.C.S. So I think A.S.O.C.S requires ZPM assemblers. I mean, or ZPM assemblers for wetware. So I guess we try to make a ZPM assembler? What's the worst that could happen? You want that circuit. You don't get that circuit. You get this circuit. Yes. I can't imagine we can just request these right now. I don't think I have the ZPM components in yet. Here, if I do this, do they still... Mindful. Yes, this still shows up here. Alright, so what tier do I have to encode? 1x Naquada cable? Done. We've done that. ZPM machine hull. Done. We've done those. So it's just the conveyors and the robot arms. Good. Just, he says. Yeah? Tier 5. So I need tier 4, 5, 6. Which I believe is 4, 5, 6. Looks good to me. Need 2 copies of that for my 2 processing array, or for my 2 assembly lines. What does ZPM stand for? It stands for 0-point module. Which is, I think a Star Trek reference or something, but I'm not 100% sure because I don't watch that. 4x vanadium gallium. Wait. You need 4x cable? Who the heck makes 4x cables? We'll cover the 4x wire in something. What can you be covered in? You can use silicon rubber. Silicon rubber. I have an assembly array, right? Yeah. And then that. All right. Let's pin the two things we need. ZPM robot arm. Well, let's start with the robot arm. So the robot arm uses long HSSE rod. That's a lathe recipe. Basic HSSE rod, also a lathe recipe. Small gear. Oh, out of patterns. Not out of patterns. Regular gear. Let's put these in first. Gear, compactor, small gear, lathe. Wait, it appears I've already had this recipe. Nifty. Is it red matter also from Stargate? Honestly, I have no clue. I'm not much of a Trekkie, or I don't even. I'm gonna stop talking about this stuff before I accidentally offend someone, because I know people can be a little sensitive about this. So I need ZPM motors and pistons. Let's do the piston next. ZPM pistons, which HSSE components do I have so far? So I have plates already. I need rounds, rings, and that's it. Rounds and rings. I forget, did I duplicate my ring recipes? I did not. And let's just stick with the convention. Ring extruders. I think the MV here is lying. I recall upgrading this to a faster extruder. That's the last slot in our lathe. Good, we'll have to add more slots on that. And this one goes, pistons can only go in one of these, and I forget which one pistons go in. This one, apparently. Alright, then we have motors. It is 9 items, right? Yeah, 9 item stacks. Anything new here? Don't think so. Long magnetic neodymium, which I already know how to make. And fine platinum, which I believe I also know how to make. Yep. Okay, give me 2 copies of this pattern. And then conveyor. ZPM conveyor. Oh, this isn't even a lot of items. Easiest item I've made in my life. Conveyors go in here. Alright, can we make a ZPM assembly machine? No, we cannot. HSSE nugget. Knew I'd forget something. It's looking like 1,000 might be a bit too low on the threshold for this as well. We might have to bump that up. Because I think one of these is going to use like 300. 158, yeah. I mean, we're using 15% of our stocked HSSE on a single machine. So we're gonna start that up and bump up the HSSE threshold. How about to 5,000? Yay, arbitrarily chosen numbers that may or may not have any meaning whatsoever. But that'll get us our assembly machine. I trust that it works. I'm not even going to watch the processing. That does have to go ZPM. We can power it off this here if I just add a couple CFs. So we'll do that. LUVCF. Actually, an LUVCF needs 4 connections to be full power. So we'll do that. What's with all the zeros? Oh, that's the number of ingots I need? Excellent. We'll be upgrading our cables to superconductors soon, which will eliminate the need to plug it in on 4 different points. But as long as we're using signalum cables, this is what we gotta do. Nope, not there. Cool. So let's look at what else I need to actually use these A.S.O.C.S. To use A.S.O.C.S, we can make tier 4, just tier 4 circuits. We can't use them for tier 6 circuits yet. That's fine. Platinum, multi-layer, and A.S.O.C. And this requires wire milling platinum twice. So I need 2 wire mills, and if I'm going to plug it in here... Actually, hold on. The recipe that uses this is like it's just barely ZPM. Right? I think I could reasonably plug that machine into here on Ivy, so we can keep all the related processes together. So we'll use 2 Ivy assemblers. And like it'll need, you know, 5 amps of Ivy, but we can supply it with 5 amps of Ivy just fine. Did I turn you off? Yes, I did. Platinum. I don't have platinum ingots. I guess I have platinum dust. Then in that case, I need a furnace as well. Looks like I do not have an IV electric furnace. Passive Nether Stars, that will be one of the things we do today. Furnace. Can we get a nice furnace? Oh, do furnaces stop at EV? Is there an electric furnace? I don't want to use a whole multi-smelter for this. I guess we just use EV furnaces. And like a transformer. I need this transformer. Electric furnace processing array? That seems like the least efficient processing array you could possibly use. I prefer using these like single block furnaces for very simple processes sometimes. Is that be a mallet? Like for passive processes? I want you in transform down mode. So I think I plugged it in backwards. But yeah, like for passive processes, I prefer to just set up a furnace instead of a it's in step down mode, right? Yeah. Instead of setting up a multi-smelter for it. Even though, like, even if you're only smelting a single item, a multi-smelter is more efficient. But whatever. You are here now. Platinum dust goes into here. gets oopsies, gets imported. Smelts it. And then we wire mill that twice. I guess. Item conduit, your time to shine. We have to move an item across an air gap. And that goes into our assembly machine. Hey look, we got an achievement. We have filters. Fine platinum wire. Import. Alright, stack of that. Stack of... what is it? Multi-layer boards at A.S.O.C.S. Multi-layer boards and A.S.O.C.S. Give me ME conduits. Lots and lots and lots of them. Alright. That's enough. Hello, Delasa. I hope you're having a good Friday night. Oh, did I mention this at the start of the stream? Tonight I have to go to the grocery store by 11 because that's when they close. So I have an alarm set for 10. And when 10 o'clock rolls around, we'll have to wrap things up so that I can go shopping and have food to eat in subsequent days. Why does it sometimes... I guess the first click puts the item in, the second click copies the stack size. Works for me. And one of these. You know what? Just make a few more of each of these, would ya? Do it preemptively. Who said I could have food? I said I could have food. And I am the master of me. And do the thing. Are you doing the thing? You're doing the thing. I can have food post-tank. Post-tank, am I limited to foods that can be made with tankable fluids, though? Alright, so that is making quantum circuits. Excellent. Or quantum processors, whatever. Let's toss a storage bus on this. And plug that in. Oh, I had one on me. Would you look at that? And I think that's it for passive circuits. We now have tier 1, 2, and 3 circuits passived. And wait, are these 3s or are these 4s? Those are 3s, which means 4s are coming up as well. Yes. Now, any higher than that, they don't have it. Oh, wait, there are A.S.O.C.S. What does it take to make a A.S.O.C.S? An LUV precision laser engraver and a ZPM assembler? We can do that. There's one interface attached to an output bus that you can't find and turn off. Well, if you are playing with Pants AE2, you hit the Find My Interface button. Find my interface. Find my found my interface. All right, so crystal socks, right? So this requires, we've already making crystal CPUs, which means we just need the LUV precision laser assembler. Got it. And these are tier 6 circuits. Hey, that's the right tier 6 circuit. You're gonna need the emitter. Oof. Emitters look like they're no fun. This looks like it's no fun at all. Emitter. Alright, at least I have my other emitters encoded already. Tier 4. Charles, I'm sorry you're playing 1.7. I can't help you there. This was a process or a assembly line, right? 9 items soldering alloy? Good deal. Can we order one of you? Electrum foil HV emitter. Okay. I just want to make sure this is using the right circuit, which it appears to be. HV emitters are quite easy to make. Tier 3. And chrome, I assume I'm not rodding my chrome yet. Turn my chrome into rods. And I think that was my last lathe interface, right? Yeah, we're out of lathe slots. Lathe. Now we're not out of lathe slots. Would you look at that? What a concept. You said multiple times to make the angel ring. The thing is, what does, like, the benefits of the angel ring are quite slow. Or not quite slow, quite low. So I'm just like, meh. To really get benefits from the angel ring, to have to make the angel ring and then make dark steel armor and then enchant or like night vision the dark steel armor, that's so many steps for almost nothing in terms of tangible benefit. So just electrum foils. We have electrum ingots. Do we have plates? We do. So plates become foils in a cluster mill. You can do dark steel armor's night vision upgrades at MV. Correct. However, it takes time to do anyways. When people ask me why I'm fast at this game, it's because I usually don't go chasing off after things I don't need. Right? Like, sure, it's a 1 hour project or whatever. Probably not even a 1 hour project. But the fact that it takes an hour, I mean, what's my total playtime right now? If we call it a 1 hour project, it will be more than 1% of my playtime. Right, like a 1.25% of my playtime is spent upgrading for no tangible value. That's why I typically don't go chasing after these things. That's also why I put a lot of things off, just because it's not important to do right now. There's more important things for me to do right now, and thus, you know, like do a opportunity cost style analysis. It's just, you know, it's not worth the time right now. It's not that the thing that's being suggested is worthless, but it's that the thing that's being suggested is less valuable than other things that could be done. Alright, so that craft's pretty darn quick. I like it. Emitter. I did put them in both. Okay. I'm seeing that I'm continuing to forget to turn off. Wait. I thought which one of these? I saw an electric furnace show up here. Find my interface. Yeah. That's my interface. Be gone. Be gone. I like keeping my interface terminal clean most of the time. Be gone. And they're gone. Alright. One LUV precision laser engraver. Can I add it here? This is end steel? That might be a bit much, huh? We need 16 amps. We can get 16 amps of EV here, right? How many EVCFs do I have? 1, 2, that's 8. I see no problem with this. Except for the fact that my aqueous accumulator is in the way. Now my aqueous accumulator is not in the way. We'll just overclock you 2 tiers with a whole lot of CFs. This is fine. What color? Why is it blue? Why do we take... Oh, I get it! Because green plus blue makes red. Ha! Clever. I was like, how do we take a green item and turn it red with a blue lens? But now that I think of it, that makes perfect sense. Topaz, opal, or lapis? Lapis it is. Autoclave. 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 You flunked your electrodynamics course, but that's not how voltages work. Well, apparently each one of these machines has a built-in voltage, has a built-in variable transformer that can only transform up. They can't transform down, but they can transform up. Are these filtered? They are not. We should probably not do that then. Robot arm it. I guess that could have been a conveyor again. Alright. Wait, does green plus blue not make red? Additive color mixing. Oh, green plus blue most definitely does not make red. Subtractive color mixing? But subtractive color mixing is not in RGB. Well, who knows? It's telling me it needs more power. The solution, of course, is not to be reasonable, but to be increasingly unreasonable. I think those were actually the wires I needed. Nothing makes red. Red makes red when you add red. Got it. I don't do this colors thing. And see, that solves the problem. If you're ever in doubt, add more CEFs. And this is it. We can just store this directly into a drawer. Go into here. Cool. So now that we make the red sock, the red sock also needs a ZPM assembler. That's LUV. Uh-oh. Nether Star. I'm out of Nether Star nuggets and I'm out of Omni pennies. Good. Good. I love being out of Omni pennies. Give me some Omni pennies, please. Thank you for the Omni pennies. I think I have to manually craft my dollars down because they're stored in compacting drawers that only go 3 tiers. But don't you get your stimulus money in a couple days? I mean, look, the Minecraft Academy has not sent me my stimulus money yet. I think I'm sufficiently poor that we're gonna do a real quick round of bounty boards. Oh, come on, put the new bounty in my hand when I complete the bounty, please. See? It's easy to have money. Just ask nicely for it. Alright. That's it. We've done all the bounties. How much money do we have? We are up to 27 bucks. 29 bucks. We almost have 30 bucks to our name. Is this the right Nether Star nugget? Yes, it appears to be. Nether Star. Why does this recipe show up twice? Recipe by GTC. Yeah, whatever. What is using pennies in the Nether Star? I think it's lapis. And Soul24, welcome to the membership. You keep me fed, and thus I appreciate you. Let's we can see what exactly it's buying with. Yeah, it's buying lapis to make something. I don't know what it's making with the lapis. What I say about showing up twice? The Nether Star nugget recipe shows up twice. One by Extended Crafting, one by Greg Tech. I mean, it's no big deal, but in 1916, you could have bought a house with those 30 bucks. Dang, we gotta time travel back to 1916. But then, like, we'd be in the middle of the Great Depression or something, right? Wait, 1916. That predates the Great Depression? That'd be Great War? Or am I wrong? Man, I don't know my, like, World War I time frame history. Yeah, that's Great War, right? I'm pretty sure. Great Depression was the 30s. I thought Great Depression was the 20s. Great Depression was 1929, so I'm not wrong when I say it's in the 20s. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. What is this? This is Lumium, which means Ivy? Ivy. So 8,000 volt or 8,000 EU per tick per amp. Then yeah, we can run this recipe as well right here. All right, so crystal CP, let's see, what do I need? It's for this recipe. Niobium, titanium, and it does accept tin. All right, so niobium, titanium. Do we need a wire mill U twice? We do. Wire mill U twice. I mean, I know that the Great Depression was interwar. I just don't know when World War I ends. I know World War, like, okay, I'm not a historian here, so I won't pretend to know about the history, but you know, I vaguely know about World War II being 39-ish and 42 for the US, but I'm no expert on these things, so I tend to forget these. I vaguely remember the World War I time frame from watching the Great War series in like a couple years ago when they were doing like the 100 years in the past thing on YouTube. That was a pretty cool series. I didn't watch it all, but it was a very interesting series to say the least. That's my World War I exposure recently. I mean, I'm sure I learned about it in school too, but I've also forgotten everything I've learned in school, so whoops. Thanks, school. Listen to more Sabaton? What is that? I don't think I've heard of it before. Alright, you import... Do the thing. Oh. Now do the thing. There we go. You make wire... They're a metal band that makes music about historical battles. Oh, I have heard of them. I think I've heard of them. At least I've heard of some of their songs. Now that you've given that description, I think I've heard of some songs that I'm pretty sure are from them. All right, so now I have the wire. I need my assembler. It was a ZPM assembler, right? Not done yet? It's not done yet? What's taking you so long? Why ain't you done yet? By the time I get here, you'll be done. Nope. You're crafting. I guess conveyors can only be made by one of my 2 assembly lines, so it's slow. Alright. Fine. I relent. Meanwhile, we'll grab another interface. That's where the assembler goes. Interface goes there. Very slowly pick up the cable. And crystal socks. So for this I need crystal socks and I need one of these circuit boards. Probably the multi-layer one? Yeah. A fluid interface, a pump, and a bucket of tin. Oh yeah, I have travel anchors, don't I? Staff of traveling. You know, I never use my backpack anymore. Perhaps I could stop carrying it around. My auto smelt backpack. Bam. Anyways. Couple robot arms. I think I need 2. And a couple filters. How do I get glass down without my backpack? I don't know, man. Are you done yet? You're done now. Thank you. 1 ZPM assembler. Alright. You import niobium titanium fine wire. It's very camouflage. Where are you? Import. You import stack of this, stack of that. Import. And plug it in. Fluid interface with tin. Import. And tier 5 circuits. Excellent. Give me a drawer. Why did I put my drawer key away? Never put my drawer key away. Drawer key is precious. Alright, so that gets me circuits up to tier 5 passived. What's next? I guess with that we are done with the socks. We can take our socks off. Right? The only thing left is to A.S.O.C.S are technically part of wetware, but we are not quite at wetware yet. So, let's do superconducting wires next. So superconducting wires are made with zirconium wire. That's trivially easy. And molten nether stars. That's not trivially easy. For that, we need to make nether stars. So let's work on passiving nether stars. What does this use? A boatload of quartz and all the dusts and luminescence. Ooh. How much luminescence? I only have 7,000 luminescence. Why hasn't Vasky made an Akashic wrench yet? He has. That's what the it's like a multi-tool of some sort, right? Am I crazy? There's the Akashic tome and the like Omni tool or something like that, which is a Akashic wrench. Morphing tool. Yeah, there we go. We ran out of appetite. Ah. Well, we'll spend some of our hard-earned money to buy a lot of appetite. How's 5,000? And then... oh, I have to smelt it. Dang it. We're going to automatically smelt any appetite ore we get. How do I even do that? We put... oopsies. put you there. And I guess we go underneath. Morphle tool is not made by Vasky? Are you sure? I'm pretty sure the Morphle tool is I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's a Vasky mod. There we go. So this smelts the ore into blocks. We can upgrade the coils on our multi-smelter at some point, huh? And then this system here should... Where was it? Here. Yeah, this pulverizes apatite. Combines it with stuff to make phosphoric acid. We're going to replace that with a aqueous accumulator. Much faster water. And we will even speed it up further. So this chemical reactor is a bottleneck in the process by the looks of things. And that's fine. This is producing luminescence for us out of our apatite ore. I mean, we can easily enough just upgrade you. Oh no, because if I upgrade you, you're just going to use all my sulfuric acid faster. Sulfuric acid is remarkably slow to produce in this pack. Yeah, this is fine. I don't think it's worth processing apatite ore. What'd you get for, like, it's one of the ores that when you pulverize it, it explodes. I guess it gives phosphor. It gives phosphor. Phosphor is not useless. I mean, phosphor is even quite useful. So I suppose the statement that it is not worth processing is untrue. Alright, you've convinced me. Any future apatite we buy, we will process. Charles says, Jim, if you want to know, paint A.S.O.C.S fluid level emitters are completely broken in 1.7. That sounds fun. It's not terribly surprising. A.S.O.C.S in 1.7 was not the most stable mod. Alright, you do your thing. Are you still processing? Oh, it's because I set micro miners. I guess you're also still processing the micro miner output. Yeah. Oh, I already had apatite on the list. Would you look at that? Yeah. Alright, well, you process. That's fine. Ore processing is slow, but it'll get around to it. I'm kind of curious. What's our power situation? Are we running... We're still not running 100% uptime. Alright, anyways, now that we have more luminescence, though, we should be able to make Nether Stars. So, I think... Let's see. What all does it take? Nether quartz, the dusts, the rods, and luminescence. That's it. In that case, if I just speed up my production... I mean, my production of the dust is probably just straight up fast enough, right? These things are not slow at making the dusts. So everything to make them is a crafting step. I think I'm just gonna set up a crafting subnet for it. So for this, I need a interface to provide items. The provided items will be this rod, that rod, this rod, this rod, quartz, maybe dedicated quartz. Where am I getting my quartz from? I think I have quartz here. So I make quartz this fast. And if it needs to be faster, I can just upgrade this single machine, right? Because God knows the inputs to it can sustain more. Yeah. No, I'm using basically 100%. So I have to upgrade my pulverizers as well. I think this thing makes enough quartz. Thermal. Alright, and then I need the thermal dusts. Pyro, aero, cryo, and petro. And is that it? Quartz, aero, quartz, pyro, quartz, petro, quartz, cryo, rods, quartz, luminescence. Yes. Cool. 9 items. Exactly the right number of items. Let's do it over here so we can... The last tier is UV. I don't know how, I forget how many numbers there are, but it is 1 above ZPM. Alright, we'll do it here. So the way I want to do this is we take an interface, put it on our mainnet, and put all these items into it. Then we take a storage bus, put that on the subnet, power the subnet through glass fiber. Let's actually go up. I forgot luminescence. Oh, I might have forgotten something. Which means we're gonna need a second interface. And a second storage bus. Alright, that'll power the subnet. Let's put a terminal on it just so I can see what's in it. Circuits can get to tier 9, I believe? Yeah, circuits go to all the way up to tier 9. Did I add this here? If you don't configure any items on the interface, a storage bus on an interface shows every item. If you do configure items here, it only shows the items configured. So if I put a crafting terminal here, just a sanity check, it should see... It's seeing every item in my ME system. Why is that? I thought storage buses attached to interfaces that were configured for items only showed the items they were configured for. Is that not true? Or is that something that Pants broke? Do I need a different, like, do I need to turn blocking mode on for that to be true? Just format the storage bus? I mean, I guess technically that could... Well, if I partition it, it pulls everything. That's not what I want. Report in a... Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. What did I toggle? I don't know what I changed, but it works now. I changed a setting on this one, but then I fixed it for both of them. But this is what I was expecting to see. We see only the 10 items that are configured to show up. I toggled report inaccessible, but like it should be on report inaccessible no, right? So I toggled this button on this storage bus. I never touched anything on this one, and now it's working. So I don't know. I'm not going to question it, but it's working. So anyways, now we have a subnet that just sees these items. So I need a crafting CPU for that. 16K is more than enough. And I guess we'll give you coprocessors to go with it. I need an interface to do crafting with, and some number of molecular assemblers to actually do the crafts. Alright, turned away. While this crafts, I'm going to make myself some tea, because I am thirsty. I'll be right back with some tea. I'm back, and my tea today is oolong tea, Formosa Standard Oolong Tea from the great island of Formosa, otherwise known as Taiwan. I'll go so far as to call it the great country of Taiwan. Come at me, China. This stream canceled by China. Anyways, I think while I was away, I figured out, well, I suspect I know why it was causing, why we saw this problem before. So when I placed this when I placed this storage bus, I placed it after I had already configured this interface. So the interface here was only reporting the items in it to the storage bus. This one, though, I placed the storage bus and then I configured the interface. So I think there's some type of behavior caching on the storage bus that left it in see entire network mode, or perhaps some behavior caching on the interface. So when I put the luminescence in here, it was still seeing the entire network, which made it look like this one was broken even though it wasn't. That's my guess. Anyways, I need some of these. May as well get acceleration cards for this, huh? Crafting CPU and crafting coprocessors. Let's put crafting CPU there. And then we'll put something like this. All right. So now all I have to do is encode the patterns. And I think molecular assemblers are allowed to transmit channels, right? Or transmit whatever ME data. They don't consume channels, but they can transmit data. And then we just see the various Nether Star patterns. So, whoopsies. That's not how you get them. Well, yeah, I'll re-encode the patterns, not just steal them from my main net. So the 4 tips. the core, the block. Is there anything else? I think that's it. Put those here. Can I actually... Does this work? Make me another star. Can I use the same interface I'm holding the recipes for to craft? Do you need at least some storage to be happy? You know what? Here, give me this. Interface terminal. You don't craft the stuff. Oh. I omitted a recipe, it seems. It would have an awfully hard time making Nether Stars if I didn't tell it how to make Nether Stars, huh? Give me one of these, please. Yeah, okay. And now it's just using this here as inventory, which I don't really want it to do. Wait, why is it using that as inventory? What? It should use... What? I'm very confused as to what it's doing. Crafting one Nether Star. I have to put the storage bus as R0? What do you mean R0? I think I might have to put this in a different inventory. It might not be content trying to craft to the inventory that it's already in. So give me another interface. Put you here. Crafting card there. Put a stack of Nether Stars in it. And then this thing will just go crafting Nether Stars as it can. It's a bit slower than I expected. You should just be able to craft... Oh, I think it's trying to craft all 64 at a time, and it's not allowed to do that. I don't give it materials to craft all 64 at a time, and it doesn't know to do it piecemeal. Is it capable of making... It's not even capable of making 16 at a time. You can make 4 at a time, right? The center part craft does output 4 items. Oh, it does output 4. Oh, now it's running out of power. Alright. We'll fix the problems one at a time as they pop up. Alright, so it made those 4 Nether Stars. We'll move those into a drawer. And then that should cause it to kick off 4 more Nether Stars. This process ended up being a lot slower than I thought. I thought it would just constantly craft 4 Nether Stars at a time. Oh, it can't make 4 nether. Darn it. Stop yelling at me. You can now make 4 nether stars. Yeah, there we go. Now we have 8, and then in a second we'll have 12. It might be better to just use the export bus here. Oh wait, there it goes. It just made 4. I think the interface doesn't try very aggressively. Oh no, it's crafting every like second. This is good enough. And that just spits out nether stars for us. So storage bus here, connected to the main net. We'll even partition you. Storage buses are fine to use for trivial crafting trees. That's generally the idea. If the crafting tree is small, I have a second rule that the craft must also never fail. If the craft is small and the craft will never fail, it's generally speaking okay to use crafting cards. But in situations like this where I'm doing it for something very specific, putting it on a subnet is also like, it's not that difficult. I did the same thing in Celestial Journey for crafting carding the runes, the Britannia runes, and like that's not a small task per se, but like I provided it with raw ingredients and then just had the crafting card do the final step of moving the items as one batch to the runic altar. But like I also put that on its own subnet to keep it small. Subnet also doesn't hit your main crafters, that is also true. Alright, so anyways, with that, I think we now have plenty of nether stars. I mean, we don't have plenty yet, but they're crafting passively, so we can then melt these and then turn them into superconductors. Right, so this is what? Each nether star turns 1 draconium wire into a superconductor wire. It has to at least be an IV vacuum freezer. Okay. So, I guess we'll do it at IV. 1 per 5 seconds is probably enough. This is my IV line, right? What's your recommendation for stocking items that are too complex to automate? Like, if you constantly want 1 stack of something, there's like not a super great option for that, I think. Export bus controlled by a level emitter is okay, but it will, when it is crafting, it is a heavy operation. But like, it's no less heavy than if you just ask for the craft yourself. So if you want to do an export bus with a crafting card, make sure it also has a level emitter to shut it off when you don't want any more. Alternatively, like just putting the stack into here and dumping the crafting card is not the worst thing, because it only runs when when there's less items than in the ghost slot. Alright, so anyways, we're going to take draconium and wire mill it. Store that into a drawer, because I have a feeling draconium wires are going to be used a fair bit. And then from there, I guess I need a vacuum freezer. So that uses frost-proof casings, maybe more than 10. Let's see, so it'll be item input here, energy input, frost-proofs, controller here, output here, Energy input hatch. Input bus. ULV is fine. Fluid. Fluid input hatch. Can we give me... I guess LV is the smallest one I have. This is... We're just gonna make ULV fluid input for this. That's a lot of Nether Stars to hold in one input hatch. Give me ULV fluid inputs, please. You were looking at an input bus and it said it has zirconium. That is an issue with... I don't know if it's on GregTech's side or the OneProbe side, but the way GregTech has all their items as the same, like the same base item with different meta values, one of those two mods get confused. The machine buffer will also backstuff 64 buckets, correct. That's why I don't need a large input bus. I need a fluid extractor. Giving me Nether Stars. We could do a thing where we like control insert to the fluid extractor based on how full the fluid input bus is, but I think that's more trouble than it's worth. Because we can measure the fullness of input hatches with level emitters. But again, it's, you know, whatever. It's how many Nether Stars? 64,000 divided by 144. It's only 444.4444444 Nether Stars. No biggie. We've apparently used up 100% of my nether quartz already. It appears like we need more nether quartz. Is that true? You are running at 100% uptime. You are running at 100% uptime. So we need faster macerators. Ivy? What is this? End steel? Yeah, we can do that. Which way were you pushing? I guess you don't have to push? No. I think, oh, okay, the input bus is pulling one way, you push the other. And that's still not enough. Got it. We'll instead of upgrading that system, we'll build a dedicated system. Because it seems like that does indeed use a whole lot of sand. Fluid extractor, grab this, import Nether Stars. Aluminum cable here. You melt it, you store it. And you freeze it. This we could even put the output here. And then just close it off. Alright, so this is now making me, ta-da, superconductors. Let's get one to complete the quest. Complete the quest, there we go. And then we can store that into a drawer, lock it, storage bus set. No, not that cable. I need that cable. And I was going to put a storage bus on this as well, but I've kind of made that difficult for myself. Well, the coveted front-face storage bus, so you can't see what's in it. I could do the bottom. The bottom would make a lot more sense, but I've already put it on the front. So that's where it lives now. Yeah. So anyways, let's just quick check draconium wire. Good. Now let's make the processing, or let's make the cobble works. So I'm a little hesitant to do it in a processing array because I've heard that processing arrays can be laggy at that scale when you're doing very fast operations, because they have to do the recipe lookup for every single cycle. So I think instead of doing it in a processing array, we're actually just going to do it in a machine tower. So I need cobblestone generators times 4? 4. Let's do 4. And then I need a whole bunch of EV macerators. 24. And we need to put it on EV power. So here. We could switch our bucketing to be less slow. I think it's fine. By the time we need it, they'll be done. Alright, so we'll put the cobblestone generator here. Gravel. So cobble to gravel. Gravel to sand. And I guess that's it. Only need 2 per. Is that true? Cobble to gravel, gravel to sand. Yeah, and then we multi-smelter it. So all that goes into a multi-smelter. How do I want this? Something like that. We need input bus, output bus, energy input hatch, superconducting multi-smelter. Why not? Why not? Give me, so it takes 8 coils, which is a stack of wires, so we're not quite there yet, but we'll get there. You go there, you go 8. Alright, that'll take it a second to make the last 10 wires, but as soon as that's done. You know what? Let's do it this way. We'll use the GregTech chest wire. Why? I have no clue. Is it 2 stacks of wires for 8 coils? Each coil uses... Oh, it is 2 stacks of wires for 8 coils. Feels bad, man. Is avoiding import and export buses good for performance? That's the gist I've been given. So I avoid them as much as I could. Oh, it's a stack of ingots, 2 stacks of coils. That's why I get it confused. But anyways, yeah, so I tend to avoid using them. Although, like, the difference I don't think is as big as it's made out to be. Versus, like, if you don't put a crafting card in it, versus just having an interface and extracting from it with other item movement. But I can't say with 100% certainty, so it's a little bit speculative on my part. Anyways, conveyors here. So guess we have to put the conveyors on the tops. Import, import, import. All right. You will output to a drawer. Output. Did I set that output to a drawer? Those buses might be too small for the superconductors. Yeah, that's a good point. I think it smelts more than 4 stacks at a time. I mean, we're not gonna make, like, our macerators aren't fast enough for this, but will it do 16 stacks at a time? I mean, there's no reason we can't just use the biggest bus we can make. Give me a giant bus. ZPM? ZPM. What is that one? Input? Output. Input, output. There we go. Word from Exa himself on the export bus thing. They are active devices which over time accrue a ton of lag and AE2 throttles itself eventually. On the other hand, interfaces are passive and GregTech covers are much faster and more performant. I'm willing to believe that. Input and output and coil. Can we get 8? No, we cannot. Need 29 more. We get like 4. We'll get half the coils for now. And we'll put the top on the thing. Cobblestone generators are still not done. Why? Why are you deadlocked? What the heck are you dead? Oh, is it still the... No? Stored 17. It's a bucket reuse problem. Why do you do this? Alright, we're gonna make the faster bottler. Let's make the bucketer bottler. Canning machine. This is item canner. Yes. Instant. Does that mean at IV it is 1 tick? We're just gonna make these because I think that these are the highest tier one I can just swap in place. Canner. 2 of them. And then bucket. We'll just pre-craft enough buckets for the crafting tasks so that it doesn't try to reuse buckets. Alright, so I think I can literally just replace this with a canner, auto output. Where's my Greg type wrench? You don't even need to extract anymore, right? That, and then we just need a pump. That might be a bit much for a pump, huh? Screw it. You get the good pump. And then I have a water... Let's upgrade the water one while we're at it too. Hold on, let me just make sure. This is, yeah, that's my HV line. I can drop an EV machine on there. Water tank. I need an aqueous accumulator. And why is this here? I guess this was... We're just gonna move this. We're just gonna move her over here. Is there room anywhere? Nope, I guess we go here. This is EV cable anyways, so. Alright, the canner, the water, the interface, the pattern. Let's put it on the other side. Because I'm gonna need room over here for something. Alright, interface, canner, water, output, pump. Yep. That many millibuckets per second is how many millibuckets per second I want. Item auto out and plug it in. Will you be faster now? All my buckets are available, so I shouldn't try to double dip buckets again. We're limited by how long it takes for the fluid canner to eject out the finish slot. And you know what? That's fine. It's much better than that Ender IO tank was. I wonder if using a cover to move the items out would be faster than using auto eject. Probably not, right? LUV tier and on is the same speed. I'll make some for later just in case, but... Oh wait, do I have... No, that's only 8 stacks per second. Whatever, they're done. Alright, so that macerates it. Auto eject didn't seem to be instantaneous here. Let's take a look at this again. Right, it looks like it's sitting because the process is a 1 or maybe a 2 tick process. So it takes I think it takes the auto eject a tick or so to eject, which means in that tick it's not processing. So I think it's after the output shows up, it waits at least 1 tick before ejecting. but I don't know if you can not wait that tick. Either way, I'm not too worried about it. Can we get our other 4 superconductors? That smelts it into glass. Good, you've made 2,000 glass. And then... what's the machine that turns glass into... it's an electrolyzer? I have an Ivy one. Does that work? Give me one of those fast conveyors I just made. That's a piece every 2 ticks. It's good enough, right? Let's do this. Auto output up. Upgrade that. Upgrade this. Put a controller here. And a storage bus on that. I want you to be used very early. I want to use this stuff from here first, because this is a dedicated producer. And I think I'm actually going to go around this way. That way, if I need to expand our pulverizer tower later, I can. This one. Lock the drawers. That's a good idea. Did I not? I apparently did not. Yeah, as far as I know, there is no fluid assembler in this pack. There's not. There's biomass, which apparently is a fluid ass. I guess it's a fluid and it has the word mass in it. This thing appears to not be making nether quartz fast enough. That was a little bit unexpected. I guess we overclock it one more tier. It's what, EV? Yeah, we can go one more tier. Actually, hold on. Let's make sure that the bottleneck is not... Where is it? Are you filling or are you emptying? 2,300. Oh, I think we have the exact ratio of macerators to yeah, we have the exact perfect ratio of macerators to extractors. You know what? I think this is fine. It is slower, but that just means that nether quartz will be our bottleneck while we're crafting up to our nether stars. But eventually we finish making nether stars, and then we're just in maintenance mode, at which point it'll be okay. Right? Like, yeah. Like, once this thing is already almost filled with nether stars. So then we just have to fill up the drawer, and then we'll be fine. Cool. So, we'll call that superconductors automated. Next, we need to make superconducting energy conduit. I don't know how many we need to upgrade the entire base. Energy conduit. Let's... How high have I gone so far? Up to Signalum? So that's Indirium next. And I think we were doing these by like that. Indirium and then Draconium. Do the trick with the conduit probe? What trick with the conduit probe? Inderium, Draconium, Superconductor. Dang it, I should keep the 3 conduit binder in my inventory. And this goes into whichever one my conduits went into. The one labeled conduits in all caps that's out of slots. Good. We now have a second one labeled conduits in all caps. That is not out of slots. Buffer size slash cable divided by cable size is cable count. Ah, clever. So I have a big number. Pull up my calculator. 324534272 divided by 524288. 524288 is 619. 619. Can we order 700 of these yet? No, I need 210 more superconductor wires. Alright, we'll have to wait for those. You can't really upgrade half your base and leave the other half alone, so let's, while we wait, turn in another batch of Omni, or another batch of Bounties. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Put away. Want more bounties. Oh, we got one more. Sensors, processors, motors. Processors, motors, sensors. No more bounties. Someone said my 16K component recipe uses the wrong circuit. Y'all have good eyes. Nano processor? Is that the wrong one? Sure is. Oh, it just used what I happened to have in store. I probably had a leftover nano processor, so I just grabbed it. Because I have substitutions on, which is fine. I am content with it doing that. I think it had the one that I used to be using as my template processor, and when I put it away, it grabbed it. If you do a world download, you guys can find everything wrong with my base, yeah? You guys can see all of my ugliness laid bare. There'll be a world download at the end of the series. Something in the 16K use a primitive, sir. Oh, because it has subs on, it's even willing to use the primitives, huh? Whatever, I don't care. I'm sure. You can periodically, you can use my excess primitive circuits and I will deal with it. In theory, I should turn subs off on all of those recipes so that they don't do that, but meh. Whoopsies. Let's leave that filtered. While I wait for those wires to craft, let's go and turn off all of these again. You know, feature request prototype, if you ever hear this, can we get a button on the interface terminal to toggle those two buttons? Right, a button on the interface terminal to toggle these two buttons. Although the interface terminal is getting a little congested as it is. So maybe that's unnecessary. Talk about lazy. Correct. This is the extent of my laziness showing. Perhaps easier is a button that opens the UI. So a button that kind of like this one, right? But what it does is I don't know if there's limitations on how far away you can be to open the UI, but that opens this UI. So you can even, like, I don't know, edit the priority if that's what you desire to do. Just a thought. Just a thought. I don't know if there's technical limitations on whether or not you can open UIs at a distance. Like, I know that's what the Ender IO used to be for. The Ender IO. But now, the fact that Ender IO no longer has an Ender IO, I assume there's a technical reason for them to take out their namesake block. But what do I know? Anyways, those superconductors. What was the magic number? It was less than 700, right? I need a lot more. What are we gonna do in the meantime then? I need superconductors to make the fusion reactor as well. So let's take a look at the quest book, I guess. I guess we can work towards tier 6 microminer. So tier 6 microminer needs a bunch of stuff we have and Enderium plate. This is a LUV compressor. What tier is my compressor array? Is it already LUV? Haha! Haha! Alright, let's just drop in the recipe then. You are made in the 7x7. So that's you. Remember to switch the mode. And what's missing? Nether quartz, excellent. Microminer, engine core, thruster, fuel generator, Enderium, heavy plating. Okay, let's start from the top here. Enderium, microminer, engine core. Enderium, we have neither plates nor rods. Rods, blocks, plates. Package extended crafting does make life a lot easier, and I absolutely adore it. Lathe, and these are both crafting recipes. And then we have to alloy smelt it with something. Is this a higher tier? It's at least Ivy. What tier are my alloy smelters? Wait, I think that recipe was wrong. Yeah, that recipe only makes 8. I want it to make 16. So we will split the redstone stack. Easy as pie. Alright. Did I put that in the wrong spot? Give me why you do this to yourself. Let's check what tier our alloy smelters are. Alloy smelter. Thank you, chickens. Are Ivy. Okay, good enough. We can upgrade them, but we don't need to, so. Meh. Next up. I'll have to add something to do on-demand nether quartz, I think, just for now. Because I should have a lot of glass. Yeah, I have tons of glass. So actually, we can just do that right now. What was it to go from glass to nether quartz? Electrolyzer. Sure, we'll use this one. Is it lice or lies? Z. English spelling is difficult. Will I be doing further passive processing with this? No, right? No, everything we do with this is on demand, or won't be here at the very least. Alright, so nether quartz can be made like that. I didn't plug it in, did I? It's been a while since I haven't plugged something in. Resonant thrusters, heavy plating, and IV field gens. Thruster. Oh, I didn't set auto output either. Two mistakes in one. Did I did set the side at least, right? Yes, I did. Too many steps. I get confused sometimes. It's my old man brain. What dynamo is this? Numismatic? Hey, we can make those already. We can make everything here already. Good deal. So that's a thruster. Heavy plating. Is compressor. And what was the last item? IV field generators. Uses those circuits and exactly those circuits, I guess. We have quantum stars on demand. All right. Yeah, do the thing. Go. I imagine this won't even take very long to make. Like, all the things in here make relatively quickly. The gears. Oh, we can make the Enderium upgrade. Oh, no, we can't. Wait, can we? No, I haven't set up an Empower yet. We should do an Empower soon so I can make the upgrade kit to make faster gears. Perhaps it's also worth swapping gears back over to the... now that I have very fast... either extruders or fluid extractors, we can swap gears back over to that. They were briefly faster to be made in the gear press whatever from the thermal, but that's probably not true anymore. So we'll see what ends up being the bottleneck here. It probably won't actually be the gears, all things considered. I can also make the packaged auto empowered. That's the this thing. No, not that thing. This thing? Oh, that's quite cheap. And then we can even do the packaged version of it. I've never used the packaged version. We'll have to take a look at that. Seems like a reasonable thing to do next. Let's grab an Enderium heavy plating when it's done to complete the quest. Let's see. Alloy smelter. Okay, it looks like the alloy smelters are bottleneck. Or something. I don't know. It's working on it. Working on it a bit slower than I expected. 23 improved Nether Stars. We could technically passive these now. Those are being made here. Now those are making lasers. Which one of these is making improved Nether Stars? You are. Yeah, you're not the fastest. I mean, hold on. Why is this one colorful? No one else gets a colorful progression icon. Why are you special? I guess everyone else gets a linear progression icon, you get a rotary progression icon, and thus you get to be special? Is it even rotary? No, it's not. It's linear as well. It's just a linear spinny one. Huh. Interesting. Well, you know what, Chemical Bath? I'm glad you're special. Enjoy being special. There's a lot of things here that take a while. The compressor ones are taking a while. The compressor might just straight up be overloaded. Wait. Yeah, the compressor is just... It's not even making any progress. It uses almost a full amp of LUV. Oh. Hold on. I have a CEF LUV powering UV. So if this thing is receiving full power, it's okay. But my lack of energy buffer, I think, is killing me. Right? Yeah, you're running at 100% uptime and not able to service everything. Okay, so I need the power buffer to be able to run this. Whack. Yeah, one LUV 16x CEF is enough, but it needs a power buffer to be able to do it. Because my power generation cannot run it and everything else at the same time. I can run just it, but... Right, because just it uses 2 million RF a tick. Wait, why are you not building my conduits faster? Build my conduits faster. There we go. Now my conduit should be... Shouldn't my conduit buffer get 100% full before this thing starts throttling? I guess it'll be 100% full minus usage. Right, the usage is what is drained per tick. Am I... No. The conduit buffer isn't full. So why are you not running at 100% uptime? I don't know. We're gonna not worry about that. I think once I swap over to superconductors, which we can make right now, superconductors don't have to hit the compressor, right? No, it doesn't. Once we swap over to superconductors, I don't have to worry about energy transportation problem. Oh wow, you're done. Let's make an extra, well, can't make an extra any. I guess we just start laying them. Superconductor, save me. This isn't gonna melt down while it can't melt down at all. My system is meltdown proof. It's not gonna melt down while I'm laying conduits. He says with a relatively low level of confidence. Worst case, the safety loop kicks in and keeps it from melting down. Dang it. Swap all the things. I'll swap those later. Because those are pretty hard to physically get to. Get that. Fortunately, this is the last conduit rewiring I'll have to do, correct. At least the end is in sight. I'm not even gonna bother plugging. Oh, we should. I was about to say I'm not even gonna bother plugging in the rest of the dynamos. But if I'm gonna plug in the steam dynamo, the one remaining steam dynamo, I may as well plug in the numismatics as well, right? Because if I value the 400 RF per tick coming out of that steam dynamo, I may as well get my however 200-300 RF a tick coming out of this. Or 200-300K RF a tick coming out of this. And it does contribute a greater energy buffer. Auto refill, can you auto refill better? Auto refill more rightly. After we swap all the wires, then we get to play the fun game of which wire did Jimmy miss. Because I can assure you I'm not going to get them all on the first pass. This is what you guys are here for. Okay, I gotta remember to go downstairs. In fact, let's go downstairs now. And wire these. Wiring. Now a single connection point is enough, so I no longer have to do this funny business. That's good. Nope, wrong wire. Likewise, don't need this funny business. That's it. That's everything in the basement. You can't decide on an illusion wizard or a twilight cleric for a group sex campaign. Twilight cleric seems exceptionally strong. I have a friend playing one in our current campaign. We just hit level 2, so you know, he just got like the goodness in Twilight Cleric, but I'm looking forward to getting saved by his ass over and over again. I mean, all wizards are also extremely good though, so ultimately up to you. But you are choosing between two good options. That's everything down here, I think. The thing about Twilight Cleric is that Twilight Cleric cannot multi-class Peace Cleric as well. Man, the new Cleric subclasses were just both really, 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 really good. Peace is OP. That's a general consensus. Peace is no doubt very good. I mean, okay, so I have a slightly different take on Peace versus like many other whatever D&D authors, blog authors. I think it's good, but I think it's good in a non-disruptive way that should be allowed at your table. And the reason is that Peace Cleric is good at making your party succeed at things. It's not a spotlight hog, but it does allow your party to just be good at things. And I think that's like a good thing. It lets your party succeed at, you know, stealth when they might not be very, like when you're a party that might otherwise have difficulty succeeding on stealth operations, the Peace Cleric just gives them a better chance at it. And I think like that's the type of thing that's fine. And sure, it happens to be good at combat, or it happens to be good at making your allies better at combat. Which, again, I think that's non-disruptive. At least it's not disruptive to a point where I think it needs a ban. Whereas earlier, my last campaign, I played a Bladesinger, and I rolled very good stats for it, but it ended up being a very spotlight hoggy Bladesinger, where like you just kind of walk up there and I don't know, it almost felt bad in combat because you were kind of hogging the spotlight from the party. Whereas I can't imagine a Peace Cleric being a spotlight hog. So in light of that, like I think Peace Cleric is mostly okay, but it's definitely powerful. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's not a very, very strong subclass. Especially if you take it not as your main class, like not as your main, not as your main class, but as even just a 1-level dip. I, in my current campaign, intend to take it as a 1-level dip on my bard. Okay, so I think we've replaced every wire up until here. I don't think I've missed anything. Last time when I was swapping wires, you guys were extremely good at letting me know if I missed something. So, once again, let me know if I skip a conduit. Because my brain surely won't catch it. I heard a conduit placing sound. I missed DML. Okay, that is true, but that wasn't so much missed as... We'll get back to that, because those wires are impossible to click on. And I'm putting the hard bit off till last. Out of laziness. Which book is Peace Cleric from? It was the most recently published one. What's it called? Tasha's Guide, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, something like that. But it's only a couple months old, so if you haven't heard of it, that's quite reasonable. I also wish that Ender.io implemented the mechanism way of swapping cables. I wonder, could you hack it together with a craft tweaker script? it's probably more difficult than it's worth. To add a system where you could like by right clicking the next wire onto a wire, it swaps it, or you either the next cable or the next conduit on. I suspect it's possible. Doubtful you would need some type of add-on to do it. Okay, never mind. Well, it would be very convenient either way. Almost definitely not worth the dev time to implement, but it would be nice. Did I not make enough cables? Oh no, I have a whole stack left. These are also less hard to click on than I thought they would be. Even the bottom row isn't that tucked away. Last stack, and I know I intentionally made a couple extras. I guess the ones here are a little bit hard to click. But once we clear the drawers, plenty of room. And I think that's it. There's no way to like count entities, is there? Like, this doesn't list it, does it? No, it doesn't. I don't think there's any way to, so I can see, you know, if there's any signalum energy conduits. Here, let's put our wrench in this mode so that we get rid of some of the noise, and just quickly look for orange cables. Orange cables are bad cables. We don't want to see orange cables. I see only superconducting cables. Their tile entity is probably not possible outside of some kind of external tool like a level editor. Alright. Well, I guess we will just see what system doesn't work later and use that as a way of debugging. But I think we got it. No more cable swap overs ever again. And now, the best part is, now when you see that conduit storage of 81 billion RF, we have 81 billion RF buffered in conduits. And if I want more, I can literally just make a huge block of superconductors, and each one adds 134 million to the conduit buffer. But yeah, it's quite good. So now, I mean, I guess we could just leave this running as it was. This will run at 100% uptime until it fills these conduit buffers. So this is why I don't need to make a battery in this pack. For now, the conduit acts as a perfectly serviceable battery holding 81 billion RF. And in fact, that should also mean that we can unbonk you, and that will drain energy out of the conduit buffer before it runs. You know, it'll be able to drain from the conduit buffer until that runs out of energy, and then only then will it not have enough energy to run. I wrote down the previous. I've also right-clicked with my conduit probe infinite time. Here, I have it open in my note or in my calculator still. It was 324534272. So let's put our commas in. So we had less than a billion. We had a third of a billion before. Now we have 81 billion. I guess it was an increase of how many tiers? We were on Signalum, right? So we go from Signalum to Draconium. Wait, Signalum here to Enderium, 1 tier, and each tier is times 4, I believe. What? It's in a weird order. Signalum to Draconium times 4 to Enderium to Draconium times 4. And this is times a lot more than 4. 134217728 divided by 8388608. That's 16. So we go 4 times 4 times 4 times 16, so times 256. Our new number should be approximately our old number times 256. Let's see how true that is. So our old number was 324534272 times 256 is 83 billion and change. And we have 81 billion and change. I think because I cut out a couple conduits. Although I cut out only a couple. I don't know. Close enough. Good enough for government work. I cut out a couple. I may have forgotten to swap a couple. Who knows? Point is, we have a lot of energy buffer now, and in fact, that should allow this craft to progress through. And at some point, we'll get the leftover couple platings, and we will use those leftover platings to complete the quest, and then we can pick up a microminer to complete the quest. Crafting 64. How long are you taking? Yeah, you still take a good like 10-ish seconds to make a craft, but at least you do 16 at a time. Alright, come on, give me the last few. I need one to complete the quest. Tier 6s, I think, what do we use this for? It gives osmium, iridium, fine. We need a little bit of Einsteinium from it, and I think we get our first few dragon eggs from it. Right, because then we get later dragon eggs from... Here we go, yeah, we get our later dragon eggs from tier 7, but the tier 7 requires dragon eggs somewhere in it, if memory serves me right. I forget exactly why. Well, we'll figure out what exactly we have to launch it for later. Are you done yet? You are done. There we go. So give me one of these and one of these to complete the quest. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Good. Where do we go from here? Work towards, I guess, fusion reactor. How much does it take to make a tier 1 fusion? 32? Nope, we need a lot more superconductor coils. Let's do, yeah, combination crafting next seems reasonable. So, crafting core. Empower. Display stand. Aluminum. Wait. Do we have aluminum casing? We do not. Aluminium casing? No. Okay. Combination crafting. Read the quest. Read the quest. Who do you think I am? Want me to build a basic empowerer first. Alright, you want an empower and 4 display stands. Let's start there. Inori crystal block, black quartz. Fine. Give me a stack of this. And how do I make black quartz? We autoclave it in water. I think I have a water autoclave. You work in stacks. Good deal. Pew. Display stand. So 4 dang it. Dark steel rods. Lathe. Another lathe recipe. Four display stands. And an empowerer. And I hope I started the empowerer before... Yeah. If I didn't start the empowerer before the first display stand finished, it would have just used the display stand. Although now that I canceled it, I do need to make another display stand. Alright. I don't care about those, I just needed to do that quest to unlock the next quest. A more efficient version, it's a digital upgrade allowing you directly through package out. The marked packages can be placed yada yada yada. Okay, so I need a combination package crafter and 4 marked pedestals. Combination package crafter. And marked pedestals. Is this red steel? I imagine I don't need much red steel. Let's just give it its own blast furnace anyways. We need it for draconium eventually, or omnium eventually, right? What is this? HSSG. So we may as well just get it blasting. Build that. Why do I have sugarcane in my inventory? What the heck is this for? Oh, that's to cut that. I see. Bust me up. Two outputs. 2 inputs. Pointy the thingy. And up on the interfaces. Why do you only pull in one at a time? Oh, because you're crafting. You've pulled the full stack already. Wow, you're fast. By the time I'm done wiring you up and set up your level emitter, we'll just have enough. I guess that's an alright problem to have. Yeah, you're real fast. Alright. You're shoving 64 EV lathes into a processing array. I wish my processing arrays could accept 64 items. I'm jealous of your 64 item processing arrays. Is 1,000 enough? It'll have to be. Configure to 1,000, and there is a level emitter on that. I'm not going to end up making 500 million red steel on accident. And I think I need a recipe to block form the red steel, right? Alright, so I need a combination combination package crafter and 4 mark pedestals. Combination package crafter needs Endist Star. The endest of stars, apparently. Justin says that he restarted his Omni playthrough and actually decided to fully automate polyethylene and PVC as soon as you unlocked it, unlike your first playthrough. Yeah, I think that's a trap that a lot of players fall into. They look at this complex process and they're like, oh, it's not worth automating now, you know. It's a lot of steps. But as it turns out, you need a boatload of it, so get started. And pedestals. 4. Pedestals are fast. And combination package crafter. Alright. I assume this thing will probably want its own packager-unpackager combo. And we're even going to give it its own recipe package encoder. Making buckets and hoppers early on sucks for filters. I mean, it is inconvenient, that's for sure. Alright. The marked pedestals can be placed freely within 3 block distance of the crafting block as long as they are on the same Y level. Okay. Is that the only question about it? Looks like it. Alright, so you will live... I guess you can live here. So we will go unpackager into this. Into like that. And then the core does need power. Okay, I'll wire power to the core. We'll put the packager there and the encoder just above it. Let's empty those out. There we go. And then if I want empowered payless, we go into use, set you to combination mode, import this recipe, plug in the core, increase our energy buffer a little in the process. Another couple billion to the energy buffer. Save. Put 1 in there, 1 in here. And what are the actual items? Sapphire, mana infused ingot, water cell, and elite component. Alright. So, fire. We can just smelt the ore, right? Yeah. cell. Is it this thing? Empty cell? So I need an extruder. Sure, EV will work. And a cell coil. Extruder EV cell. Are you EV? Nope, you are very not EV. Don't plug it in there. Are you EV? You are. Extruder. Extruder cell. Set auto output. Done. I mean, if only you use your staff of traveling. Extruder EV. Oh, I reversed the order. Oh well. We'll figure it out. And then we can make a water cell. So if we take this, is this recipe? That goes in the multi-smelter. If we take this, fill them with water. Can I fill it with water just by like clicking this? Fancy. How high do these stack? Up to a stack, apparently. And we get to reuse the water system we set up earlier. So if I do this, it'll make all the cells before it tries to make the water, but that's fine. Does that mean that we can do this now? Does that mean that we can do this? Give me my lapis. The empowered forms have fluids, right? Yeah, okay. So we only have to do this till tank. Which is good, because I hate the atomic reconstructor. At some point, we should automate the atomic reconstructor. But not this point. Alright, 100. Yeah, I recall, I think I wrote a script to add the molten empowered and the molten omniums. And I don't know if you use my script directly, or you base something off, or you just happen to write a similar thing. But I recall I added that right at the end of my playthrough, because I was like, if we're gonna even consider post-tank, I am not doing this much empowering. That's bad for my sanity. Alright, hit the go button. And we're crafting. So does that mean that you're working? Do I have to extract the item from here? It's looking an awful lot like I do. Yes. Do you auto-export by chance? You do auto-export. Me conduits. And done. Oh, does it auto export directly into the ME system if I just connect it to the ME system? And we don't even need this interface. Oh, would you look at that? Fancy. This system is much, 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 much better than that stupid Empower. Can't tell, I'm not the world's biggest Empower fan. But this is making like an item every couple seconds. And I imagine we can parallelize it by just having more unpackagers. Or by having more combination crafting cores around one unpackager. If we did need to run more in parallel. But for now, this is fast enough. That's glorious. With that, we could actually make Draconic cores, can't we? Draconic core. Bam! Which is a quest. Very good. But I guess we can't go any further than that for now. That's alright. So there's wetware stuff. Let's check to see if our coils are done. Nope, can't make 32 of them yet. Is 32 the number I need for the fusion? How many does a quest want? 16. I can make those, but I don't think 16 is enough for the fusion. And good. Yeah, you need 32 for the coil. Or for the fusion. I guess we can work on the rest of the fusion components in the meantime. Fusion controller Mark 1. Can we actually... That's pretty sick. You. And now I just have to get this recipe. Tier 7. Is that the right fusion controller? It is. Alright, so how do I make Nether Star plate? We can cut a Nether Star block, which we cannot make blocks of Nether Stars. Ah. Can we cut that Nether Star block? Yeah, we can. Give me one. There we go. I imagine this is that ID shift thing at work again with the blocks. This can go in any assembly line. Probably never have to make 2 fusions at a time, so I'm not going to bother putting it in both. So if I order one of these, it'll actually grab all the components to make a fusion thing for me. Well, okay, it used LUV fluid hatches, which is probably not what I want, so let's get that recipe back. Oh, I was just looking at the issue with the Nether Star plate. I think I imported Let me get this back. I imported this recipe and then this item doesn't have a recipe, but that's because it wants the other Nether Star block, which sounds similar enough, so I trust that it's being taken care of. Alright, so I need... The energy input does have to be LUV, but the fluid hatches do not. And in fact, I will use ULV instead. Fluid input hatch. And fluid output hatch. This one. Now we can drop that recipe there. Let's also just put the output hatch recipe in while we're at it. You should probably do casing over more output hatches. Oh, true, I probably don't need 16 input and outputs, huh? Just because I can use 16 inputs and outputs. So I guess a basic one is 1 output and 2 inputs. So 1 output, 2 inputs. Wait. I got everything all mixed up now. 1 output, 2 inputs, 16 energy inputs. (16 LUV energy inputs). And how did it import 79 of these into... Whoa. Into 1 slot? LUV machine casings times 80. With no hatches, it's 111. Oh, that's a cool way to remember it. So 80 plus 16 is 96, 97, 98, 99. Wait, then I'm short a bunch. (80, 96, 97, 98, 9. I mean, I have all the blocks of the fusion reactor here, tells me. Because of the quest only asks for, you need to use the minimum... Oh, I see. If you want to use the minimum number of fluid casings, you'll need an additional 28. So I need an additional 28. So 28, here, let's break out the calculator. 64 plus 16 plus 2 plus 1 plus 16 plus 28. 64 plus 16 plus 2 plus what? I'm so bad at using a calculator. 64. Oh my gosh, I can't type. 0. No, 0. Start over. 64 plus 16 plus 2 plus 1 plus 16 plus 28 is 127. I have the wrong number again. What? Screw it. We're just going to put this many in the recipe, and if it ends up being extra, we'll have extras. And I'm not worried about it. So you need more superconductors. Plutonium 241 plate. It's 80 plus 28. So this is 80 plus 28. 16 energy inputs, 2 fluids, an item. Right? 80 plus 28. Wait. I don't know where I got... Oh, that excludes the energies. 80 plus 28 plus 3. Okay. We're good. I was including the energy hatches as part of that 111, but I guess that 111 excludes the energies. Because technically, the energy hatches are not required. You don't have to put all of them in. So, what was it we were missing? Fusion coil block plutonium 241. I don't think I have any 241 yet. So we have to run some reaction to get 241. LEU 235 or 233. Which one gets more? 235. So I have tons of 235 and a little bit of 238. Bam. Do the thing. Do the thing. Give me the thing. Process this. Am I too slow at processing depleted fuel? No. Nothing's backed up. Okay. And some of this stuff doesn't fit, and that's okay. Because all I want is a 241. And I have more 238 if I want to do more cycles, but I don't. The only thing this is used for, right, are those nuclear reactors. So we can compressor U. And then we'll be done. If I need to make more than 7 Mark I fusion reactors, well, that sucks for me. Lastly, it's fusion coil. Fusion coil. So this is a bet. Tier 6. Those are the right tier 6s. MV field gens, easy, and neutron reflectors use tin alloy. Alright, I'll have to set that up. I think I made a tin alloy thing earlier today. Alright, one of you is making tin alloy. One of you is making tin alloy. Here we go. Nothing else uses liquid tin alloy, right? Nope, just one assembler recipe. What tier is this? Lumium? And I have a spare. Is Lumium this tier? Lumium is this tier. Oh, I mean, this is this tier. So we'll get a interface, fluid extractor. Oh, I've only encoded fluid extractors up to IV. So we're coming back over here. Alright, you hide tin alloy. Go into a fluid extractor. Go into an assembler. And then a interface here. I have to rename this one. I suppose this is what I wish if I had the micro anvil dark steel upgrade, it would have saved me a couple seconds. Tin alloy. I guess, did I want to put a circuit in it? Probably not. Plug that in. The ultimate wireless terminals cause issues in E2E or PO3. I don't think it was ever in PO3. Well, it wasn't in PO3K when I've played it. I haven't made it in whatchamacallit, levitated yet. So I wouldn't know. Is this the only recipe for it? I thought there was a different recipe before. Maybe that was in interactions. Here. And what is this? Beryllium, tungsten carbide, reinforced. Oh, does reinforced iridium not need... I mean, does reinforced iridium need the exploder? I might need the exploder. Auto output not set. Interactions had a different recipe, but it didn't work. I see. Oh, it was like it used more plates and less fluid or something like that? If memory serves me right, can we can cut this. What do I get beryllium from? The fact that I have none is no, we buy it. Easy. Ever wanted beryllium? Will we know more? Is it worth processing? Is emerald dust? Sure, why not? Are you still queued? There's still a lot of stuff in queue. We can just smelt you then, right? Smelt it to make that. Do that to make blocks. Cut blocks to make plates. Alright, smelter and cutting-er. Cutting-er is almost full. So what are you yelling at me for now? Just reinforced iridium. But this requires the exploder, which requires TNT, which requires toluene. All right, well, let's get started. Which is more better? 133 makes 2 or 100 makes 1, but it doesn't require an extra input. Doesn't really matter. Toluene, I think. There's one here. This one. Wood tar gets 600 per 8 buckets. And wood tar comes from pyrolyzing wood. Alright. So I need a pyrolyze oven. Is this just right? This is just right. I should have I should have a little bit of toluene from the oil cracking I'm doing, but we need a lot. And yeah, you can use large buses, I really don't care. Please make one of these. And you probably need to actually know how to make the oven itself, which is tier 2s. Oopsies, that's not what I want. I want one of these. Copper nickel coil. I get enough just from this, do I? How much? Propane, butane, benzene, toluene, 430. So this is 4,000 pieces of toluene. And it's used to make the only thing I really need it for is omnium, which uses 1 per, and a tiny bit for this. Where is it? This omnium and iridium, and we don't need a lot of this, right? We do need a lot of it for solars. Solar 8 and above. All right, well let's start by just processing what we have then. So given our options, which is it's 4, so I can make about 1,000 TNT with what I've got. I mean, I could just right now I have this thing off because it's made enough butadiene. Let's just see if this is enough. Alright, so if I have liquid toluene, I mean, I guess I could start cracking my excess naphtha now. I think I'm also producing excess naphtha now. No, I'm not, because my naphtha is still going into my boards. Anyways, yeah, let's just turn what we have into gel and toluene. So sugar is annoying enough that I don't want to do it. We're just gonna do the inefficient recipe. We get a little bit less out of it, but it should be fine. So I need a fluid solidifier, ball mold, chemical reactor, and sulfuric acid. Fluid solidifier is the crappy overclocking recipe. What are my options? Ivy it is. Once we get to tank, I suppose, the fact that we can tank toluene kind of trivializes this process. Couple fluid interfaces. Alright, let's just start setting it up. This is Ivy, right? Don't blow up. Thank you. Toluene. One toluene, please. When was it? This one. And then I need a ball mold. Like how many hammers I have in my ME system. Turns it into gel toluene, which its only purpose in life is to be chemical reactored with sulfuric acid. That auto output to there, which sits in a drawer. And may as well just blow it all up. All right, so, yeah, out of sulfuric acid. What tier was my sulfuric acid maker? Not you. Here? I recall I've upgraded him a few times. Or we've added new sulfuric acid makers a few times. Use a better recipe sulfuric acid. Fine. What are my options? The sulfur trioxide? No, that's a crappy overclocking one. Oxygen hydrogen sulfide? That one we can't make HS, can we? Oh, we can. That one gets good overclocking behavior. And this one, oh, so this is 16 seconds. They both get good overclocking behavior, but this is 16 seconds versus this one's being 57. So sulfur plus 2 buckets of oxygen, or of hydrogen. Do I make hydrogen fast enough? Yeah. 2 chemical reactors, sulfur, hydrogen, oxygen. We'll just add another sulfuric acid producer. They can all run, and whichever one wins, wins. So it's, I guess, step 1, hydrogen. And up. Sulfur goes into here. Import. Alright, so this makes hydrogen sulfide very quickly. You get hydrogen sulfide. I think I already reprocessed all of that hydrogen sulfide. Let me double check to make sure I'm not throwing it out. I do something here. Hydrogen sulfide. Oh, I'm electrolyzing it? I'm electrolyzing it to get my sulfur back. I see. Whatever. Hydrogen sulfide gets crafted instantly anyways, so. Fluid auto output to here. So that's hydrogen sulfide, which we react with. Oh, this is the one that does. Is this the one that doesn't work? Wait, no, it isn't. Yeah. Because it has 2 overlapping recipes, right? Well, I mean, either. We'll see what we get. We'll make it work. We get the sulfur dioxide out of it. which we can then react with more oxygen to make sulfur trioxide. This is a lot of steps to not really be faster. I mean, it's faster, but alright, fine. Alright, fine. Can we insert into aqueous accumulators? Do they accept water? No. Do endervores accept? I mean, okay, fine. We can just use a filter trash can. So we need sulfur trioxide to go. Water needs to go to there. Filter. Fluid filter. Have I not made a fluid filter yet? Oh no, I think I just manually crafted my fluid filter so far. Water. Export. Go. Bam. And then another pump on this side. Filtered for whatever the other thing happens to be. And I know it's not water. So that's sulfur dioxide. We need more oxygen into here. Enough. And then this reacts with water, makes sulfuric acid. Oh, can I just, you know, screw it. It's not worth trying to move the water 2 blocks to avoid having to make more water. So that's water, that's make sulfuric acid. How much faster was this really? Because now we've switched ourselves to a poor overclocking recipe. But I can also just use a higher tier chemical reactor if needed. Who knows? Let's just get a huge tank for sulfuric acid, because everything and their mother seems to use sulfuric acid. No? There we go. I want you to be used before the other sulfuric acids, I think. No, I want you to be used after the other sulfuric acids, because you consume resources. The other ones produce byproducts. It looks like the bottleneck in this process is this chemical reactor, right? So if we want it faster, I could drop in like a faster chemical reactor here. What is this? This is a full amp recipe one. So, I mean, whatever. It's using a lot of power, but it's fine. And I guess our sulfuric acid's getting used. Who knows where. But I'm happy that it's getting used. Good enough. And that makes TNT. So now I just need to make the explodey chamber. Where is the explodey chamber quest? 1 explodey chamber and 22 solid steel machine casings. One explodey chamber. tier 3s. Give me that. And solid steel. And I guess I still need the hatches and buses, huh? We will run it at Ivy. I'm pretty sure it barely uses any energy at all. Let's give it 2 input buses and a output bus. 2 input buses so I can just permanently stock one with TNT, so I don't have to include TNT in the recipe. Although by including TNT in the recipe, I can have it tell me if I'm missing TNT. Perhaps it's better to include TNT in the recipe as opposed to always stocking it into a machine. That way, if I ever am lacking TNT, the recipe will tell me as opposed to the recipe thinking that it works, except it doesn't work. Let's put it on this side. I think it's, memory serves me right, it's a 3x3? Yeah. Energy input. I guess we'll go left to right as usual. Input bus. Output bus. I probably don't need the preview anymore. I can figure it out at this point. 4? Nice. Guess we'll use 2 thin interfaces. We almost assuredly will not use more than 9 implosion compactor recipes. So 1 there, 1 here. I guess I technically didn't have to rename this one. And go. All right. So I should include the TNT in the explosion recipe, just so I can keep better track of how much TNT I'm using. Did I put a bus? I did. Good. So I need reinforced iridium plate. You blow that up. And you are this. And do I have diamond dust? I do. Iridium plate, tungsten plate. Iridium plate, and I'm pretty sure I already have tungsten plates, right? You go in the molecular assembler, you go in the explosions. And can you do it? Make me a fusion reactor. 1,000 lumium. Oof. How much lumium do I have? 10,000. Alright. I accept. I assume we started the day with 10,000 and we've slowly been bleeding ourselves dry. Make the Nether Star. The thing, make the fusion reactor. It's all coming together. Where do we put the donut? What am I even doing with the donut once I make it? I guess europium to try to get to Mark 2 to make tritanium to get to Mark 3 to make good power? which are the plasmas? So I've been told, historically, I've always done, I think it was oxygen, using carbon and helium. But I'm told nickel is better. Fluorine is trivial. That comes from granite. What does potassium come from? Was it nickel? Or was it something else? Potassium is a byproduct of rock salt? I don't have any. Saltpeter, oh, it's a product of biotite. Wait. Then where's all my potassium? Did I just not put a storage bus on this? Oh. Yeah, I just don't have a storage bus on this. So the biotite, granite produces both the potassium as well as the fluorine. Alright, what does it consume more of? Does it just happen to consume them in a good ratio? It consumes more it consumes, what, like 8 to 1 fluorine to potassium? But when it produces it, it also produces two buckets to 144 millibuckets. It's like close enough to the optimum ratio. It's not perfect, but it's within its ballpark. That's nifty. Out of granite, we get nickel plasma. Huh, I've never done it this way before, but I like it. Alright, so, I assume you're done. Is that a quest complete? Yes, it is. Alright, so, step 1 is to build it, I guess. We could put it down here, we could put it up here somewhere. Let's put it downstairs. I don't want to do oxygen plasma because that requires me to go to the moon. I mean, it doesn't like require me to go to the moon, but it wants me to go to the moon, and I don't want to go to the moon. Stimulus payment can be deposited as soon as this weekend for the US. Excellent. Is that where I want that? Does that fit in the trunk? It does. I could push it back a block. I mean, I don't have to make power with this reactor, right? This reactor just has to get me to the next reactor. If I push it back a block, it's probably a little bit easier. All right. Now I just have to remember what is what. Energy input, casings, coils. Okay. These things are energy inputs, correct? No. These are... It won't yell at me if I put the wrong block there. Help me. These are fluid inputs. Fluid input. Above that is a coil. Coil, fluid input. fluid outputs go right next to the controller. So fluid output goes there. And then energy inputs are, if memory serves me right, these guys? Yeah, okay. Then at this point, we can just put casings. On the entire of the first level. Alright, so we have that, and then the next layer is, center of the layer is all coils. And then the energy inputs go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I've built this reactor quite a few times too. I think interactions, I built like 4 or 5 of these, including the times I took it down to upgrade it. And then everything, literally everything else is just a casing, right? So that makes things a little bit easy. Fluid out goes in the middle layer. I have my fluid out here right next to the controller. And I have no spare parts. Perfect. Aha! Fusion controller Mark 1. Alright. So these are, what, LUV? So let's get a LUV CF. How do I want to power this? Let's take a look at the recipe we'll be doing with it. So europium is neodymium hydrogen. And it only uses 1 amp LUV. So I think that technically means I only need to power 1 of the things, right? You might consider putting both fluid inputs on the top layer on either side of the controller. Yeah, that's probably a bit more sensible. We can do that. So I just need LUV cable. Lag? Lag? Game, hang in there! Oh, whew. Thought you crashed for a second. Don't die on me. And 100 more. I only need to power 1 hit. Yeah, but it looks better to power more of them. I don't know. It definitely does not matter, but then we can just run power like this, I guess. It's an awful place to run power. Alright. And then I think what I'm just going to do is... Do you know if... a behavior I noticed before with these fusion controllers is that they tend to... How do I describe it? When they start a recipe, they void 1 craft worth of items. Do they still do that? At least I think before. Okay, so that's been fixed. That's very good. That definitely made automating them a bit of a pain, because every time you start, like, you end up, 16 millibuckets short of what you are supposed to have, and then you're like, this sucks. All right, so I need neodymium hydrogen. I think what I'm just going to do is set that. Fluid extractor, fluid interface. Hey, look, I still had my hydrogen bucket on me. There's now a heat mechanic to it. Oh, let's see what the quest book has to say. Make sure you have yada. Don't know. Doesn't mention anything about heat. Well, we'll figure it out as we go. I'm down to catastrophically figure it out as we melt it down or something. I need a IVCF for you. And then, so if I just do this, you should have hydrogen in there already. If I just throw in europium, what was that? Neodymium? If I just do this, you start running. Excellent. I see there's a heat value. It is very high. So basically, the starting energy gets to the reactor it needs to be. Switching recipes no longer uses 100% of the buffer, and you can't exceed the current tier's heat cap. Interesting. So the big thing I see here from this is that switching recipes becomes cheaper. And what is the heat cap? Is the heat proportional to the energy to start? Is that why europium? It is equal to the energy to start, I see. So you don't have to pay the energy to start for every recipe. You only have to pay it. You only have to pay the difference between what you are currently processing and what you are processing next. Also, if you're not processing, it slowly ticks down to 0. I see. Alright, so anyways, this is now making europium. And what I can do is... I mean, what fluids do I need to make with a Mark 1 fusion reactor besides europium? So let's take a look here. Don't care. Nope. Don't care. Nope. Don't care. Do care, but this isn't Mark 1. Don't care. Nope. Maybe? Probably not. Uranium? I need to make this at some point because this leads into something else, right? This is a part of tritanium. That's fine. I think my plan for now is I'm just going to get a... Actually, hold on. Let's, I want you to finish running your recipes that I've already started. I want to add more fluid inputs and just leave one fluid. So basically, I want to leave a fluid input hatch permanently filled with the fluids that are being used, like the things that come from fluids. So you have hydrogen. Uranium uses radon. Yeah, we could just batch craft. Batch crafting, it just seems fine, I guess. And oh, we can make indium. We can make the quadria. Fancy. Einsteinium is definitely something we'll want to make some amount of. Alright, but yeah, let's just batch craft. If we're just gonna batch craft, then we can simplify this setup a lot. You output to, let's have you output this way. To a tank. And then that goes into a fluid solidifier. I guess the tank's that needed. And then we can literally just hopper in inputs. Fluid solidifier, give me a CF. Need a IVCF. Did I just make 10 4 amp IVCFs? Next up on blocks I will never use all of, we have 10 4 amp IVCFs. That can output to another chest. That's not the block that outputs. That is a CF. CFs do not output items. And I want the ingot mold. Alright, so this will make, I think it's, is it 1-to-1 ratio? Europium is 1-to-1 ratio neodymium, yeah, 1-to-1 ratio neodymium to europium. So if I just do this, by the time we come back in a week or in a couple days, it'll have processed all that neodymium, and we will have an equal number of europium ingots on the output side. But if I grab a couple, will it complete the quest? Nice. Is europium used in omnium? It is not. Okay, nifty. I guess it can't possibly be used in omnium, because there was a time when the fusion reactor was post-omnium. Hey, Soul. Oh, is it only used in plates? If it's only used in plates, I should be solidifying it as plates, huh? I mean, we can convert them into plates easy enough. Whatever. I'll solidify them as ingots and convert them into plates as needed. But yes, it does appear like it's only needed as plates. 4 of them gets us to the next tier fusion reactor, though. So wait, 4 of them and tier 8 circuits, which we have, get us to Mark II fusion. And then Mark III fusion, though, does require wetware. All right, well, we are approaching the 10 o'clock point that I said I had to run at. So why don't we just, we'll leave this here. This will eventually process all of this europium. And by the looks of things, I am making about 50 times as much as I need, which is fine. We can switch the reactor over to making something else afterwards. But then that gets us Mark II fusion, and then eventually Mark III fusion, but before that we have to do wetware. So let's pin a couple things as reminders for where to pick up. Wetware. So let's clear, we can clear everything here. We've succeeded in all of those goals. I need wetware circuits all the way up to wetware mainframes. And I also need Fusion Mark III. So we will pin those as the to-dos. Have it make duranium instead if you're gonna run it over the weekend. But if I wanted to make duranium, I have to like swap it over, which involves shutting it down. We'll what if I just make another one? Nah, I think we'll just leave this be and swap to duranium next time. It's easy enough, because we don't need a lot of that either, right? We just need duranium to make titanium, and we only need a little bit of titanium. I forget what exactly it was for. We need like the frames as part of, yeah, we need the frames as part of wetware. But even that's not a whole lot of titanium. So I think it's good enough as it is. Well, I'll swap it over later. But thanks for dropping by today, folks. That'll be it for this week. So next stream will be Sunday for a D&D stream, and then Monday for more Omnifactory. That's it. I think I have no other announcements. So, Soul, I hope you enjoyed your very brief stay here. But I will be seeing you guys. Wait, yeah, I will be seeing you guys in a couple of days. Good night, everyone, and I'm gonna go get myself some food.